All right, thanks everybody. We'll resume now and we're moving on to item 10, which is the GRA flagship programs. So really the purpose here is to get updates on recently concluded flagships and to consider new flagship proposals. I'm going to start with the feed additive flagship, and Sinead is going to present on this, representing David Yanez Ruiz. So Sinead, you have the floor.
Thanks everybody. Oh, sorry, going back into Hayden's presentation. Yeah.
Is it David Luis?
David Yanez.
Yeah. I'll get it. Sorry.
Yes, I think it's not there. So just while we're waiting for the presentation to come up, so just apologies from David. He wasn't able to make it here in time, but the PowerPoint that I'm presenting is very similar to what David will be presenting in tomorrow's conference if you're attending, and he'll go into a lot more detail. So I'll just give you just a brief overview. So our flagship project has ended, but just to give you some context, of course, feed additives are a valuable strategy to reduce methane emissions from ruminants, and there is quite a lot of research ongoing in the area of feed additives. But as David mentions here, we still have very few products out on the market, probably 1, 2, depending on the jurisdiction that you're in. So the goal of this particular flagship project was to facilitate the development of feed additives to reduce methane emissions, and its key objectives are really around providing technical recommendations around testing for researchers who are looking to, and industry who are testing efficacy and understanding modes of action, and also thinking about how you can register these products in the various different jurisdictions and how you might account for the reductions in greenhouse gas emissions that you would observe. So the two outcomes that it looked to achieve was really around getting those technical guidelines and protocols, and of course, putting together that network of experts and sharing of data and knowledge. So as you can see from this slide, 60 researchers, 23 countries, 46 institutions. So a really nice example of what a GRA flagship should look like. And that's just obviously the lead authors. We're not going down into the contributing authors. I think the key thing, we talked about this yesterday, was the support of the Global Dairy Platform in providing that coordinating assistant, Florenza. I think she was really the key in sort of bringing together all of these authors. It's important to note as well, and you can, if you go to the publications that have come out, a lot of those lead authors would have been supported through in-kind to the various different initiatives going in their country, from the European Union projects, Spain, etc., contributed to those lead authors' time. So they got a special edition in the Journal of Dairy Science, and really encourage you to go and have a look at that special edition. They had 6 sort of key chapters. I'm not going to go into them, but they sort of go across from identification, mode of action, effectiveness, registration, accounting, and modeling. And from that, there's 6 peer-reviewed publications that are now out there in the research environment for people to look at, and also to use in terms of when you're designing experiments or looking for information in this space. I'm going to skip through these because I'll let David talk to these tomorrow. Since the flagship has ended, the sort of recent activities have really been around dissemination. And in doing that, they've had a combination of webinars. They've also, really professionally, I think, you can see through some of the graphics that I've just scanned through, they've done some really nice graphics, which makes it easier for a non-technical audience. They've also created a short video and also made available all of their presentations. And sort of the final closing of the flagship work is really they're going on tour, so to speak, in terms of you can see there where they'll be presenting and the outcomes of this flagship piece of work. So just, I guess, looking at what David's conclusions were, obviously he feels that the guidelines have contributed to improving capabilities in science, feed industry and policy making in terms of when, it's a really useful resource if you're interested in this whole area of methane feed additives. And of course, I guess when they did this flagship, they covered all steps that are important. And the next steps that David sort of talked about, and these sort of align with some of the stuff you saw from the Global Methane Hub. In terms of feed additives, there's certainly a gap in knowledge when it comes to understanding the long-term effects of effective feed additives. If you go out there, and when I talk about long-term here, I'm talking about over 12 months of a trial at minimum. There really is only one peer-reviewed publication out there that does it to that length. So, that's significant. And the reason being, it's incredibly costly to do long-term trials, particularly if you want to look at efficacy, safety, productivity, and they're also missing adaptation here. As a microbiologist, microbes adapt very, very quickly. And I guess the key gap when it comes to feed additives is really in this whole area of, fantastic if you've access to your animals, good job. But if you look at where the majority of enteric methane comes from, it comes from grazing systems. I think greater than 90% of the methane is coming from that grazing system where you mightn't have access to your animals. So if we're really serious about getting that mitigation at scale, then we've got to start thinking about how we can deliver these types of technologies in a grazing system. So that would also be sort of a priority for that network. And I'll stop there. I'm not sure I'll be able to answer much questions in terms of, that's something David can do. He will be at the conference tomorrow, but hopefully that's just giving you a little bit of a flavor of that network and that flagship project, which has been rated quite highly globally. So thank you for your attention.
Thanks, Sinead, and thanks for deputising for David. Yes, indeed, he will be presenting on this tomorrow. I mean, it's an outstanding piece of work, and I know that even the communications that have been done and the dissemination has been exemplary. Multiple webinars and different types of modes of communication used to get the results out there. So not just the publications, there's been all of these online webinars as well, which has been great. So does anybody have any questions on that? If not, we will move on to announcements from existing flagships. So there are two, I think, that we're going to hear from here. Three, sorry. We have, yes, you're right, three. So we have Hayden first on the satellite monitoring flagship, then Rosa on agroforestry, and then Suzanne on Rumen Gateway. So Hayden, you're up first.
Thank you, and apologies I didn't submit any information to the Secretariat ahead of the meeting. It was a busy period, in part to have funding, which will be decided on this afternoon in my own board, to really activate that flagship that's on the website relating to decision support for grazing systems. So the initial flagship had in mind a range of funding sources that did not materialise some years ago. A project did materialise, which is effectively the basis for what we're proposing to do now, and that was funded by Fontagro and by New Zealand, led out of INTA Argentina with Uruguay, Colombia, Costa Rica. And they've made great progress in developing decision support for grazing systems using satellite information to generate reliable, near real-time information on the standing biomass that the animals have access to. For some time in the program, we've had the intention to do more in that space, and it's only now we've been able to get a big proposal together, and our intention is for that to really activate that flagship that is in the GRA. The project will have two kind of interrelated components. One is building on an established geospatial initiative focused on grasslands, which is called Global Pasture Watch, and that is led by the World Resources Institute and has a number of partners already. They have been working for about 3 years developing grassland extent mapping. And what we are basically proposing to do is add another layer to their platform, which is standing biomass estimation, focused first on the quantity and then on the quality, we hope. So from satellites, trying to determine things like digestibility, crude protein content, which are key variables, right, for, well, calculating emissions, but also, of course, the nutritional aspect. So that's a kind of cross-cutting platform that will be led by the World Resources Institute and their partners. And then connected to that, there'll be a series of grants to different institutions working in temperate systems of Latin America, tropical systems of Latin America, and then across Africa. In each case, 4 countries in the Latin American continent and 4 countries in the African continent. 7 of those 8 countries are members of the GRA. And there are a number of other partners involved, including like livestock farmer associations, extension organisations, and many others. And so the country-oriented work is to basically take the information that's generated from ground truthing and satellites and turn that into decision support tools that are appropriate for that country, right? If it's a communal grazing system in Tanzania, how do they need to have a tool to make decisions as a community about how they manage their livestock? And if it's estancia in Uruguay, how do they need to have that information in order for them to make decisions appropriate for those conditions, right? So the general principle is near real-time decision support. And that near real-time may be weekly, maybe monthly, depends on the context and what's needed by those people making decisions. So hopefully in a few hours that'll be approved by our board, and then we'll be able to update the flagship on the website and really activate that work and hopefully expand that into other agroecological settings around the world. We're already talking to GRA colleagues in Indonesia about a pilot in part of Indonesia to get some work started there, and we would be very open to considering where else work could be done to start expanding that work into other countries. Thank you.
Thanks, Hayden. Very interesting, and I think one aspect of that stands out to me is that it has the potential to bring in countries and members of the GRA that are at the moment, let's say, less active. So that's a very positive piece. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I should say, it's in the public good, so this will be public information. It's free, right, for people. And yes, I mean, in principle, countries that aren't directly involved in the initial work could basically take the information and use it, because it's likely that in the neighbouring country you've got forage conditions, climatic conditions, that are the same or very close to the same. So quite a lot of progress we think could be made quickly, and then obviously some extra ground truthing in situ in time. But the intention is exactly as you say, to bring in countries and keeping with the idea of flagships, right? Low cost to entry, broad participation. Like that's the idea behind it. Yeah.
Great. Okay. Thanks, Hayden. Does anyone have any question or comment for Hayden? Okay. I will move on then to Rosa, and Rosa will update us on the agroforestry flagship. You have some slides, I think. So. The floor is yours.
Can I? Okay, I'm going to present the update of agroecology and agroforestry, adapting systems and mitigating against climate change, with some of the results that we have. Well, I just put you in context. The problem was reaching climate neutrality in farming system, which is a need, and we decided to do this flagship on agroecology and agroforestry because they are. Mostly agroforestry is recognized by the IPCC as the best way to mitigate climate change, adapt systems to climate change, foster policies to improve climate change. And there are some needs like foster policies and fostering monitoring methodologies. So these are the goals. I will explain what we moved on related to these goals. The first one is develop a portfolio of agroforestry best practices on agroecosystem, supply chains and policy scale. The second one is about developing methodologies to measure sustainability, the policy analysis, and afterwards to foster methodologies. With regard to the first one, well, the first thing that we have to say is it was quite difficult to, it is a kind of difficulties to define agroforestry for everybody. We take the wording that is mentioned in the FAO, which is the deliberate integration of woody perennials and agricultural product from the lower story. This also in the next one, but something that we need to know is that agroforestry is not a specific type of land use, which are other woodlands, forests, agriculture and urban areas, but is a type of land management or land use that can be moved from arable, so permanent grassland, permanent crops in agricultural systems, but also can take place in forestry. So you can have different type of agroforestry in any type of land use that you can imagine. Here, well, we described the different types of agroforestry practices that we have: silvopasture, hedgerows, silvoarable in agroforestry or agricultural land. In forest lands is silvopasture or forest farming, but also in urban areas is to find the home gardens. Well, if we have a definition, we are able to use the different type of databases that are able to help us to monitor what is the current extent of agroforestry across the globe. As I told yesterday, we are working in the FAO. We cannot show up the results, but we did it with the Lucas database in Europe. You can see that most of the most intensive areas of Europe have not agroforestry at all, which means that we have a lot of potential there. The results of the assessment linked to the forest resources assessment that is taken by 200 countries will be released at the end of this year for Central America, West Africa, and Asia, and also in the World Agroforestry Conference in Rwanda. For agroecology, well, what I am not going to go in depth, I leave this for you, but in a European Union project, the decision of defining agroecology from an agroecosystem definition, not from a social definition perspective, is the use, the biodiversity temporal or spatial use. I mean, the use of the biodiversity in a temporal and spatial scale. So you have crop rotations, livestock rotation, and within the spatial use of biodiversity, you have crop diversification. One of them is agroforestry because you can combine it with woody perennials, livestock diversification, and soil protection. There are some explanations more in detail here that you can see on this. And again, taking into account definitions, and for Europe, just using the Lucas point, you can see places where crop rotation is taking place and have a bit of idea of how this management is done, also with crop diversification. Also, agroecology is linked to soil protection, so from a physical and chemical perspective, and the policies of is being analyzed. In the goals, we also mention agroecology, agroforestry, and value chains, because we understand that the way we can increase the sustainability of the land, of the farming systems or of the land use practices is across the recognition of this sustainability in the products. For this reason, to evaluate this, you need to have an analysis of the value chains. So there you have different value chains that has been analyzed in different countries across Europe, associated with the Boreal, Mediterranean and Atlantic area. And in here you have an analysis where you can see in pink what are the inputs in the value chain for a farm associated that are both outside of the farm. The yellow one is produced inside, in green are the products, and in blue are when you have intermediates or not. And that's important because the European Commission is fostering this concrete aspect of the agri-food system. Well, within one of the projects that we are developing, that I mentioned yesterday, we are trying to make an adoption, or to increase the adoption of these practices, agroecology and agroforestry, by the farmers. For this, we are designing a tool, or we designed already a tool, you have access to it now, that is based on Canvas. Canvas is a type of business model where you take into account the key activities of the farm, you have taken into account the value propositions of your product, the relationships with the products, and the cost-benefit analysis. For each of them, what we developed is in 33 business models across the whole Europe, a set of questions that can be answered by a farmer or even by a policymaker, and this gives ideas creates an indicator, an integrated indicator that gives idea to the farmer if he has to have offensive strategies or more defensive strategies, and some options to move forward. You have there the platform, you can access there. It is translated to 8 languages, so you can see it there. Well, with regard to the methodology, as I mentioned, we have the part of Europe in agroecology and agroforestry is more extended to the FAO, due to the FAO countries that are of interest to develop the methodology inventory of agroforestry. And some of these results can be seen in a book that will be launched at the end of this year, participated by 12 countries, that is called Advancing in Temperate Agroforestry by the prestigious editorial, which is Francis Dodds. Well, with regard to the analysis of policies, of course, we have taken into account all the policies that has been launched in different countries in the world, by the FAO, but also in USA, India, France, Mexico, Brazil, and the ones that appear. We analyze all the NDCs and EPS, so the National Adaptation Plans and National Determined Commitments. In South America and Central America is done. In Ghana, Tanzania, Turkey, Egypt, and Algeria. And in Europe, we analyze the CAP. I'm not going to extend, but we have some results. With regard to the methodologies, besides the FRA inventory and the long-term business models, we developed a tool that is working in Spain in collaboration with different Spanish teams, even the CSIC in Andalusia, where a balance of carbon can be done taking into account 2 species, Pinus radiata and Betula alba, and the stocking rates that are used in those systems. And with regard to the anticipate outcomes and impacts, is about to increase the database, the online handbook that we have there. We have the CRG network implementations, and the FAO is already done. Here you have it is in the Global Research Group web page. You can see this online handbook that will be increased in over 200 documents this year, and will be connected to the big repository at the European level, which is the EU farm book. So we have now to finalize and interpret the inventories. We will be very happy if for the west of Africa, Asia, and Central America, we have experts that want to work there, because we have the inventory, we have the mapping, but it's good to know what's there by real. The addition of the best practices, as you mentioned, 200 documents, the short-term decision support tool about agroforestry, because what we saw is the long-term. And anyway, if you want to collaborate, just contact me and so. I just leave it here. At the end of this year, you have there the book that we will present with Francis Dodd published, which is Advancing in Temperate Agroforestry. There you have the index, the countries that are participating, and I just want to highlight that is Ladislao Neto was the other co-chair of the Global Research Group. Next steps, we expect to end the inventory for the next of the year, also the Agroforestry for EU project associated with the business plan that will be presented in Rwanda in the World Agroforestry Conference, in the UFO conference that will be hosted online. That would be in September, October. World Agroforestry Conference is in November, and we don't have a date still, but before or by the end of this year, we have to have a presentation in the European Parliament and the European Committee of Regions to present this. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rosa. Very comprehensive, and there should be some very rich reading in that book. There's a lot of very important and topical matters covered, so that looks impressive. Any questions? I see Ireland has his flag up. Go ahead, John.
Thank you. No, thanks very much for the presentation. Just a quick query around whether there's been any interaction with the EU partnership on agroecology, maybe? Thank you.
Yes, from the beginning I was part of the agroecology partnership because I was the policy, the work package, sorry, the leader of the work package on policy. So these recommendations are on the deliverables of the agroecology for EU project and was available for all the partnership there. And now, well, I think that with the collaboration of the Spanish Ministry, I will be also working on the next steps of the agroecology partnership. Thank you for asking.
Okay, thanks, Rosa. I think we'll keep moving along. So next up is Suzanne Rowe on the room gate. No? It's Sharon. Okay, we'll skip this one for the moment. Sorry about that. Oh, you can give it.
I can give an update because that's under the
Of course.
Livestock Research Group. So yeah, so just this is a flagship project. I don't have slides for this. That's funded by the Global Methane Hub Enteric Accelerator. It builds on a previous flagship that the GRA were responsible for called the Hungate Collection. So one of the problems that we have in sort of the methane mitigation space, particularly if you're looking at trying to study the microbes that produce methane, is that public culture collections don't actually have them in their public culture collections. There's probably less than 5 methanogens, in a public culture collection. So anyone who's really interested in studying these microbes or bacteria that sort of are responsible or contribute to the production of methane, they don't have access to that resource. So the sort of goal of this project is really to get some of those really relevant microbes that particularly any methane sort of developers or people interested in the sort of methanogenesis and fiber degradation, etc., can get access to them. So they're going to try and bring them into culture and put them in public culture collections so that the scientific community can have access to that resource. So it's easy to say, but actually working with these microbes are incredibly difficult. And there's only actually a few labs around the world that are actually extremely competent at working with these types of anaerobic microbes. So alongside that, there's quite a large capability building activity going on within the Rumen Gateway project. Hayden might remember how many PhDs, but it's certainly up there around 10, I think, at this stage. And also as part of that, there's funding to bring in other areas like groups in Argentina, maybe Brazil, to sort of again increase our capability in that Rumen microspace, which is really interesting in terms of the fundamental capabilities that are going to be needed for some of those technology developers. So that's sort of an overview. They're sort of just kicking off. So you'll probably see more and more information coming from that flagship in the coming years. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Sinead. Suzanne.
Sorry for the confusion. I just wanted to say that that flagship then kicks into the other microbial projects where we're working on microbial prediction. So that will then fill up the sort of resource in the database, and we will go on then and use that for other projects and flagships where we're looking at prediction using those microbes. So it's a really nice, quick kind of joined up piece of work.
Okay, thanks, Suzanne. Hayden, you want to come in?
Just to build on what Sinead and Suzanne mentioned, and I didn't really mention it this morning, but the low methane genetics program that we're funding includes within it rumen microbiome sampling. So there's like 20,000 or something like that rumen microbiome samples going to be taken over the coming years, which will contribute even more biological diversity to the work that Rumen Gateway would be doing. So progressively, we're going to have more culturing of more microbes from more species on different diets, and fill in the blanks.
I mean, we love big data sets. This sounds, anyone that's into big data sets now is getting super excited. Costa Rica.
I just wanted to highlight the fact that beyond the microbials, for your area of research, there is also a need for, for a public international backup, and also to grant, access to the scientific community for microbials that are used also for biological control of plant diseases, for instance. And that is an important deal, I think, an important issue over time. I know the times are also different, but we have the positive experience of what was done in the 60s and 70s and later on with plant genetic resources that build around the CG system, and like something very valuable for our current research and technology efforts. And that is not necessarily there for microorganisms, but I think it's an important issue. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Is that everybody on this item? Okay, so we'll move on to the next part of the flagship item, and this is the one new proposed flagship we have received. This flagship is on accelerating the development of biological nitrification inhibition as a nitrous oxide mitigation strategy for grass-based livestock systems. So this was submitted by Cecile Decline, Ag Research New Zealand, and has been endorsed by 5 of the council members. That is New Zealand, Ireland, Colombia, Spain, and the UK. Cecile can't be here, so William Burchill from University College Cork, one of our leading universities here in Ireland, William is going to present on the flagship. So William, have the floor.
Thanks very much, Carol. And yes, look, I'm going to present slides that I suppose documents the proposal that was submitted to the council, and these were put together in conjunction with the working group on this proposal for the BNI, with the acceleration, the development of BNI as a nitrous oxide mitigation strategy for grass-based livestock systems. So I suppose just to set the context in terms of like what's the solution and the issues in terms of why we're proposing this flagship. So first of all, I suppose one of the key things within this is that nitrification inhibition is a very well known and a very well, I suppose, proven concept in terms of reducing nitrous oxide mitigation. And look, a lot of that comes from the fact that if we can slow down the nitrification process, that in turn will reduce nitrous oxide emissions and also reduce the generation of nitrate in soil, which is essentially the substrate for denitrification, which is our main pathway in terms of producing nitrous oxide. So it's a very well proven concept in terms of nitrification inhibition, and this has primarily to date been looked at in terms of using synthetic nitrification inhibition, and that's a very well proven concept. But I suppose a new and emerging research area is the whole area of what we call biological nitrification inhibition. And within this, what we're seeing within the research community is that some tropical grasses and some crops are expressing a trait where their root exudates are actually releasing BNI compounds that are also reducing the nitrification process and leading to reductions in nitrous oxide emissions. So I suppose this is a really, pertinent and important, nature-based solution for reducing nitrous oxide emissions. And I suppose a particular emphasis on it is that if we can grow pastures with species in it that are, have this BNI trait, it's also one that actually will help us to target nitrous oxide emissions from urine patches, because I think, as the community are well aware, it's a particularly difficult area to target in terms of urine patches because of the random nature of the distribution of them at pasture. So that's the background context, and I suppose, why is a global collaborative approach required to solve this? Well, I suppose to put this in context, there is a lot of biological nitrification inhibition research ongoing, and it's rapidly evolving. And there's a number of research projects that are underway under a number of many different countries, but there's, I suppose, no real formal setting, I suppose, to link up this research. So I suppose by putting that work together, similar to the way previous flagships have worked on the council, I think would help to, I suppose, improve and drive on this area. And I suppose another thing as well is that, this is very muchly an emerging area as well. And I think there's also a great need, at this point, that if we can work together as a group and produce standardized methodologies and compare and collectively analyze, some of the initial results that are out there, at least when we're at the start of this, a lot of institutes are are just starting off on their journey in terms of this area of research. And if we can have standardized methodologies from the outset, it will be good in terms of being able to compare and collectively analyze the results. And finally, as well, too, one of the things that is starting to emerge from a few of our initial discussions and collaborations on this whole area is that there is variability within the BNI trait, and in terms of variability within the results that we're seeing. So if we can actually collate and maybe expand some of the existing BNI research that's ongoing, that may actually help us to determine some of the key factors that are actually controlling BNI capacity in pastoral systems. I suppose, for example, what we're seeing is that under certain, maybe due to genetics or due to environmental conditions or due to management conditions, sometimes in some of these research projects we're seeing a reduction in nitrous oxide emissions from BNI, where BNI plants are used, and then under other conditions we're not. But we still don't really understand why that's happening. So by putting this research together and linking the projects and linking the researchers and having a larger database and having results that we can compare with standardized methodologies, this will really help us to understand that. So in terms of the overall goals for this proposed flagship, look, really the overarching goal is to accelerate the progress on BNI research for N2O mitigation strategies, okay, or mitigation. So first of all, I suppose within that overarching goal, the first one really is to connect existing BNI research projects and researchers. So there is a number of projects ongoing and there is researchers working on this, but there isn't a real formal setting, and the flagship would really fulfill this need. The second main goal then is really to develop common research methodologies and protocols. And within this common methodologies would be looked at across the entire, chain of research that's required to produce a mitigation strategy that can go into a national inventory. So this is right from discovery, where we would look at different plant species or different varieties within the plant species and look at which ones are displaying BNI traits, looking at, so with screening those plants, then, doing a proof of concept. So we screen them for BNI activity, then try to prove, is that BNI activity actually resulting in a nitrous oxide reduction? Can we actually then get that plant and that BNI trait to work, I suppose, at larger scale, at plot scale, or even at farm scale or landscape scale, right up to the final point where we can actually have that as a recognized mitigation option. And I suppose developing those common methodologies across that entire chain is the second objective of the flagship. The third then, I suppose, is by putting all this research together and by putting the projects together and linking up researchers in this area, it'll also help us to, I suppose, identify further gaps that's needed in terms of BNI research. And I suppose also would help us to iron out maybe some of the potential pathways to the implementation of this by BNI trait, at farm system level. So with that in context, I suppose, what are the perceived flagship outcomes and impacts? Like, what are we hoping to achieve? So the first of all, those is a connection of BNI researchers. So a global collaboration of BNI research. So that allow us then to join forces then, I suppose, in terms of data analysis. Agreed standardized methodologies and guidelines, so that when we come back, and it's lovely to see the other updates of the other flagships, that in time that we would be able to come back and present to you in terms of what are the standardized methodologies and guidelines, and that would be from screening to developing screening methodologies for plants to testing of nitrous oxide mitigation potential. And another outcome then will be capacity building. So there'll be a huge opportunity within this flagship in terms of training of early career researchers on BNI. And this will be very particularly pertinent in terms of developing countries where, this will allow for access for developing countries to labs for maybe screening some of the plant material for BNI traits, across the different GRA partners. And also, as well, I suppose, another major thing that we would want to achieve from the flagship would be to look at, I suppose, driving future research plans in this area and international collaborative projects. That this will be a mechanism to, I suppose, formalize the connections and allow for, better collaboration between different research institutes and, to leverage for further funding on the whole area of BNI. So in terms of project partners so far, the co-leads on this flagship is Cecile, Decline, Jacob and Eliza. And I suppose the working group members then are listed there on the slide as well. So we have some initially nice group so far. This is very much the building. And I suppose just the countries highlighted in green there are some of the countries that are involved in our kind of informal BNI expert group at the moment, okay? So, but again, this is obviously open to further development, but this is where we kind of are so far in terms of project partners, and this will be increasing as time goes on. So activities to date, as I outlined, so as a group, there's a number of us now that are meeting as we're calling our BNI expert group, and this was established in late 2023. And this group is now meeting every 3 to 4 months online via webinar, and typically the format of the meetings is that one researcher is giving an update on their work within BNI, and it's a very good platform in terms of being able to ask questions and to propose what future ideas they should be looking at within their own research and to get feedback on their research. Cecile Decline, a number of the other working group members, has also co-authored a position paper on BNI research, has been published, and is just highlighted for you there on the slide. And I suppose well, in terms of the work that's been done to date on this, really is that there is a growing body of evidence on BNI in tropical grasses and the many crops, and there is a lot of work going ongoing on this internationally, but is to bring it together really. In terms of the proposed activity under the flagship then, I suppose our proposed activities are directly aligning with the 3 objectives of the flagship. So really, again, it's looking to connect researchers through an inventory of projects that different researchers are engaged in, to create a website and also a discussion forum. Also, as well, we'll develop standardized methodologies, and out of this, like what we're hoping to do in terms of this will be a number of journal publications, to organize training programs on BNI, and in particular within that screening of plants for BNI traits. Also, as well, we'll be identifying key research gaps and proposals as well. So collating data, conducting meta-analysis of BNI studies that are currently ongoing and have been published, and to write joint proposals as well. So opportunities to get involved. So how can you get involved in this flagship? Well, first of all, that BNI expert group webinar is open access to everyone. So in terms of making links and making connections, that's open and freely available to everyone who's interested in joining. We'll be organising training programs and workshops on BNI methodologies. There'll be connection of BNI research projects and researchers via the flagship. So again, it's a way of, if under the flagship, there will be a formalised way of, I suppose, connecting with the project. And finally, as well, what also is planned within the BNI project is to contribute, that people can come in and contribute to the literature review and to meta-analysis as well of their data, which is kind of one of under the key activities of the project. In terms of low-cost entry, and we know this is extremely important for the flagship, and we've put a bit of thought into this. So this would be looking at, research exchange, where people can possibly bring their BNI plant material to existing labs, that would have the capability of analysing it for BNI traits. That would be kind of one of the strategies here. And also, as I look, the last 3 bullet points there is around the whole area of trying to create exchange and scholarship applications for both PhD and postdocs, and for training of PhDs and postdocs, in terms of bringing on the next generation of BNI researchers in this area. So that's my final slide. So look, thanks very much for your time and for considering the proposal, and I'll be happy to take any questions from the floor. Thank you.
Thanks, William. Looks like it has been given a lot of thought, and the slide you put up that described the expected outcomes, it certainly seems to tick a lot of boxes for us as a flagship. So this is now open for questions and discussion. Ultimately, we're seeking the approval of the council for this flagship. So the floor is open. Harry.
Many thanks for that really comprehensive outline. One thing you pointed out right at the beginning was the continuing problem of variability, because as you pointed out, whether it's chemical inhibitors or biological inhibitors, you record as many situations when they work as when they don't work, and they can increase and even decrease emissions, at the same site in a different year. You highlighted the ability with a project like this to undertake meta-analyses. Were you intending that could also include the development of better predictive models? Because unless we can develop better predictive models around when these plants or compounds will reduce emissions and under what circumstance they will reduce them, it's really difficult to really get uptake and get recognition in accounting systems. And I think a flagship like this would have some great benefit if it could do that really meta-analysis, but rather than just a meta-analysis, really looking to develop predictive models around these particular plants.
Yeah, definitely. definitely, Harry. That's something that, you know, the group is would be extremely interested in looking at. I suppose to just to update the council, what I've kind of agreed with Cecile is that any suggestions to improve the flagship, I'm going to take that back to that expert group meeting now on the 19th, 20th of June for a webinar. And most certainly, like, yeah, I think that bringing forward the data, not just from a meta-analysis point of view, but also using that for modeling and using that data as a predictive tool, because like you said, it can be very variable. So if we can use the meta-analysis to, I suppose, number one, maybe identify some gaps in that data, you know, and do some further data collection then on that, and then use it as well for modeling, most definitely, yes, that's something that we would include in it. Thanks.
Okay, I'll take New Zealand, followed by Global Methane Hub.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll preface this by saying, obviously, we're championing the flagship proposal, and we've been funding some of the work in this space already. I think, kind of to Harry's point, I think understanding the mechanisms well behind what the BNI processes are that you are looking to identify and advance will really help with the ability to be able to predict what's going to happen. And I think the uncertainty around that is clear with the fact that we keep getting such a variability in the results. Sorry, I continue away from the microphone. I was just curious about the scope of the project. Obviously, you're talking about identification of BNI potential plants. You've kind of covered the tropical grass, or some of the tropical plants that are demonstrating this at the moment. Many of the countries who are involved in the flagship obviously have more temperate climates, and so I was just kind of curious as to the spread between temperate and tropical that you're going to be exploring, but also how far you're looking to take in this project versus a potential future project, from identification through to amplification or plant breeding to really enhance the BNI response that you're getting from some of these plants, and if there's been any consideration of what the pathways to commercialization for this could look like.
Okay, so in terms of the scope of the project, in terms of from tropical to temperate-based systems, from my understanding of working with the working group, I think we're going to leave this broad for now at the start, so that because there's I suppose a lot of the initial work has been, from what my understanding of a lot of the initial work has been more on the more tropical grasses. So I think from a temperate pasture-based systems researchers, we have a lot. There's much to learn in terms of connecting up with the researchers from on the tropical grasses and that side, that research community. So I think that while some of it will be more of it will be kind of pastoral and temperate grazing, I think there will be strong. We'll have to create strong linkages with the people who have been doing a lot of work from the tropical grasses basis. So I don't think we won't narrow it in for now, because we'll need that expertise and that cross learning. So that's my understanding of our application for to begin with. In terms of the commercialization, it's something we haven't discussed yet as a group. But most definitely that is something that I will take back to the group, and we'll discuss that and come back to the council. And sorry, could you just remind me what was the mid-second question in the middle as well? Was the
amplification of the effect, and if whether the project's going to be identifying existing plants that have the BNI traits, or whether they're also going to be looking at plant breeding or genetic modification to try and enhance that effect so that you get a stronger response.
I think what the main thing for now really will be looking at identification more so. It's going to be the main focus as such. Identification then and proof of concept in terms of their mitigation potential. I think this will be the main focus of this. As far as I know, I don't think we're within the scope and the time frame of the project. We won't be looking at breeding, yes, as such. We might in time though try to look at potential markers that has been mentioned, you know, that are predictors of BNI, so that, you know, if we can do a number of screening experiments and develop a methodology that's low cost and high throughput is a real one that needs to be done for this group. That'll be the main focus really, is the screening and identification, and then the proof of BNI, I suppose, mitigation potential then for nitrous oxide.
Okay, thanks, William. Hayden.
Thank you, and thank you, William, and your team behind you. Just in terms of the funding, I was looking at the proposal and it refers to funding needs, some resource from existing projects and then some needs to be confirmed. And I was just curious if you have any idea of ballpark figures, how much resource is already available through existing and what might be the amount that is needed to make this a project that's actually going to happen, right? Comfortably happen, not just scrape by barely, but actually what resources needed to do this project. Do you have an idea?
I suppose in terms of existing, there is a large number of existing projects that where we have a large network of, say, postdocs and PhD students and established researchers. So I suppose our vision for within that is that the majority of the work on the flagship would have to come from those existing resources. I will have to go back in terms of the other costs to the co-leads, to be honest, to answer that question in full. But and we can come back to you on that. I'm not in the position. I don't know myself. No, I'm not certain myself, to be honest, to be able to answer that one.
Could I just say, when you have that discussion, it would be really helpful to have an idea of scale of funding, right? So with $500,000, it would happen as follows in this time frame. If there was $1 million, it would happen as follows in this time frame. Like, if there's opportunities to go faster, what's needed to go faster? And it won't be the methane hub for obvious reasons, but I'm in contact with another group that's just getting started that includes nitrous oxide, and they would be potentially interested. So if you could clarify the funding resource requirements and scaling opportunities, both in sort of pace and in scope, I guess would be of interest.
Okay, I will do. Thank you.
Okay, final question, comment from Ireland.
Thank you. Yeah, we also are championing this this flagship, and I think, you know, we would agree that it would be good to sort of bring some of the comments made here today to the group and so that they can be discussed. But I think in terms of the goals and the associated work streams, you know, I think given Ireland is relatively recent in sort of funding projects in this area. I think you have them listed there in terms of BNI Pasture and Vertigo. You know, we certainly welcome those goals around connecting researchers, projects, networking, and that methodological approach and protocols. So, you know, we are supportive of this and recognise the good comments brought by Harry and also New Zealand and the Global Methane Hub for consideration by the group. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, John. So there are a number of points that probably do need clarification. So I think how we can proceed is that there is approval in principle for the flagship, but the clarifications that have been requested, you should submit those to the, well, certainly to the 5 council members who endorsed the flagship request for their review. There probably needs to be some clarifications, and if they need to be built into the flagship proposal, so be it. But I think you have approval in principle from the council to proceed with the flagship. Okay.
Thank you very much, John, for your approval, and we'll come back definitely with those clarifications. Thank you.
Okay, so we are moving on now to other brief updates on other flagships. And the first one we're turning to is the Animal Health flagship. And I'll ask John from the Environmental Defence Fund to speak to that.
Great, and to be clear, this is we're developing a proposal of a flagship that we'll be working on, so, yep. Is there? That's fine, that's great, yep. Well, so thank you all again for the time. I'll be brief on this. Sinead mentioned that we've engaged, she talked a little bit about this as part of the work that the Animal Health Network has been doing. Oh, perfect, thank you. And Hayden, in his comments earlier today, when he talked about the accelerator, also talked about a whole theme of work around what we can do today to help farmers reduce methane intensity and also ultimately methane as well, while we continue to work on enteric solutions. And so we've been really excited to be part of a partnership with a number of organizations around the room and across the world, thinking about how do we drive animal health as a climate solution. And so this really builds on the GRA report from a few years ago, which focuses on the role of animal health in national climate commitments. So this is the idea that healthy animals, as you all know, they're spending less energy, less methane emissions on fighting disease, and so that therefore they're putting more productivity, more milk in the pail, more meat on their bones, and so we reduce intensity of emissions. We took this report, which came out just when I started, so it's been kind of a North Star for me and my thinking around some of this work. We've done some dialogue series as well through the Wellcome Trust to think about bringing forward this conversation of animal health as a climate solution and kind of a triple win solution as well. And then we actually funded some work through ILRI, a small pilot project there, where they demonstrated that if we were able to solve abortive diseases in Tanzania, for example, in the dairy sector, we would see enough protein to feed 1 million more people, and we would reduce emissions intensity by up to 14%. So that conversation we're continuing to push forward on. So we think of animal health solutions as no regret actions. We can improve nutritional access to for human consumption. We enhance climate resilience. Healthier animals are more resilient. We reduce human health issues, especially around zoonotic diseases. We can, that's supposed to be generate income for farmers, increased income from farmers, and we actually can reduce emissions intensity, and in some cases, absolute emissions compared to business as usual. These are solutions that exist today and that we can implement today, and so part of the conversation here is how do we get more countries to think about it? How do we get more investment in animal health as a climate solution? And then again, this is also an opportunity. When I talked about our beef systems work, we still don't have, as pointed out, we still don't have a good enteric solution yet for beef systems and extensive systems. They can't use 3-NOP yet, but we can have healthier beef cows on pasture. How do we do that? So we have a tremendous number of partners involved in this phase so we have an initiative underway right now. Specifically, the Animal Health Network has been great. We have funding, thank you to Global Methane Hub, New Zealand, GRA, Global Dairy Platform, EDF have all put funding into this work. I'll talk a little bit about the initiative and then deep dive into what we hope, starting to think about a flagship, what might come out of this work as well as a phase 2. So we have a phase 1 animal health and climate initiative that we've undertaken. The first phase is really establishing an animal health and climate scientific framework. This is to say, if we are actually going to say that animal health is a climate solution, what is the good research you need to do to demonstrate what those reductions in emissions are? The second point is let's actually figure out how to make change. And so we're working with ILRI and a number of partners in Kenya around mastitis, where we're saying, let's take 200 farms, understand what their mastitis burden is, solve mastitis on half of those farms, and understand the difference in emissions from solving that work. Fundamentally, what our goal and our theory of change is that countries, if we can demonstrate that animal health is a climate solution, then countries can implement in their climate policies animal health as a climate intervention. And so we're actually working on demonstrating what are the data that you need for countries to actually incorporate that, and so working with the IDC network as well. We have 5 countries that this collective group is working with to actually start incorporating various animal health interventions into their climate inventories and then ultimately, hopefully, into their climate policies and their NDCs. Those are Uruguay, Kenya, New Zealand, Vietnam, and Cambodia. So really exciting work there. Our goal with this was to get a range of different production systems, a range of different income levels on countries, a range of different geographies and production systems. So objective 4 is, okay, how do we scale this effort? I'll say it's been a challenge to make this connection with the broader audience because it's just a lot for people to think animal health is better for the climate. We talk about One Health as a concept and people get the animal health, human health connection. That climate health and environmental health is a hard thing for people to grasp as a process. And then so part of that is building a global ambition campaign as well. This is a really quick, just some demonstration projects. Again, some photos of that we're having in, this is in Nandi County in Kenya. So we've got running an intervention around what are the best types of, how do you solve mastitis? And so it requires, if you think about it, doing a baseline around what are the pathogens, what is the cause of the mastitis in that community, in that region, what are the interventions you can run to solve that. We've learned a lot. We've learned a lot in this process from a research perspective. We picked a pathogen. The pathogen is actually, you got to wait until a full lactation, right? Until the cow goes through a dry period to actually recover that lost production. And so back to what Sinead said, this is long-standing research. Similarly, it just takes a while to move through lactation processes. There are social things like the calf drinks the milk first, so then you don't necessarily know how much the calf drank and how do you quantify what the productivity increases from solving mastitis. So these kinds of interesting challenges that we're seeing. We are seeking support for some additional projects here that we're looking. This was really good in dairy. We're going to probably scale this to India as well around mastitis. But we also want to use this model and this approach to think about other conditions and diseases, particularly around the beef sector. So things like nematodes, for example, gastrointestinal nematodes. So that brings us to how do we help scale this work globally? And one of the conversations, the brainstorms that we've been having is this ripe for a GRA flagship proposal as well, and a GRA flagship? And specifically, what we know as we think about our theory of change is that governments need strong science to demonstrate that animal health, to demonstrate animal health can connect to national climate commitments. We also know that animal health is actually highly context specific and its climate impacts are highly dependent on the local context. So if you think about if a country does not have a specific disease, it can't count solving that disease as part of its national climate commitment. So it really gets to what is the disease prevalence within a country? And then also think about, even if we have a disease in that country, can we actually solve it, right? Is there a solution, a technical set to solve it? So if you need a cold chain vaccine, but you don't have a cold chain in a country, you can't really solve that disease. So as we think about this, the concept we're working with, and I've come to you all to say, love feedback and appreciate the presentation and the proposals just recently to help us guide on what good flagships look like, was to provide governments, the high-level concept is to provide governments the evidence they need to demonstrate that specific animal health solutions can be incorporated into their animal health policy. And so what we would think about are research groups that are part of the flagship. They would undertake standardized methodology research. So we would create a global approach, a global methodology of how you do this using the frameworks that we've created. And they would do research at the national or regional level to understand, one, they would conduct what is the prevalence of a specific disease in a country? How do you what's the quantification of those diseases from a climate perspective? Can we actually solve it? Do we have solution sets to that round? And then what are the data quality what are the data that are existing, and is that high quality, or what would need to happen in order to incorporate better data and demonstrate those into climate inventories? So that's the high level concept. We've been talking about flagship, heard you loud and clear, 2 years, right? So it's not forever. Our broad goal right now is to support action by 30 countries. So individual research around, that's the number we said, let's get half the GRA to think about this and engage in it. So, and really though, a focus where we think this is certainly intensive systems with strong animal health programs can still make good progress. Mastitis, I think globally can be solved, but we're really focusing on smallholder and pastoralist systems where we can make the biggest win. So what are the needs, what are the opportunities, and what we'd love from you all is feedback. So what are your initial impressions on this? We could use some country champions, so good example that you have 5 country champions. We'd be looking for some country champions as part of this process as we move forward and prepare a proposal. Direct financial support. So to Hayden's point before, we have had some good conversations around, can we get some fundamental support? But ultimately, we need additional funding to actually support this research. If you think about this, we'd be funding research in various countries, so really building capacity as well. Our current estimate is about $50,000 up to $50,000 per research group. So if you do the math, 50,000 times 30 countries gets you to a total of 1.5 million that we'd hope to raise to help support this work. Certainly there's aligned financial support as well, or aligned in kind as well. So who would be the research groups doing this? You all know them well. That could be an institution or a research institution, but it could also be a national government or a research group that's already funded. So that's the very high level. I know I don't want to hold us up from lunch, so happy to have conversations afterwards. I know I moved through that pretty quickly, but if there are any questions, I can take those, or I can talk at lunch too. Thank you.
Great. I think that's a very nice introduction to the flagship, which, as you say, is under development. Open to the floor. I mean, one question myself maybe is the link with the accelerator. Can you describe what type of discussions you're having with Hayden on that, or is there a discussion going on? No.
Sorry, I think my reference to Hayden's conversation before was he mentioned that there's obviously the enteric accelerator for long-term solving enteric solutions, but this would really be about solutions, those optimizing productivity solutions. So we think about that pillar of better feed, better health, better genetics, even that we can do today, as kind of a parallel, what we can do today compared to the long-term enteric work.
Okay, so I'll go to Rosa first, and then it's Fontagro.
Thank you very much. I'm very interested in the part of pastoralism. My question is associated with the digitalization of these systems. What do you think about, are you willing to incorporate aspects like, for example, the geolocalizers and also the virtual fencing? Because it has been, in my area, it has been of high interest with regard to that. Very expensive now, but I think there are an opportunity for abandoned areas where the labor forces are reduced from an economical point of view, and I think it's feasible. So just want to know your opinion. Thank you.
I think that feeds into how do we make sure that we're getting the right data that countries need to demonstrate that they're actually integrated animal health solutions. And so those digital technologies, that's a whole other component that we're working on. Okay, how do you get the data that you need to actually demonstrate that you've vaccinated the cows, or that you've done the right animal health work on those cows, and you have to find the cows to start with. So I think there's an opportunity there, absolutely.
Okay, and Fontagro, please.
Thank you very much to everybody for the presentation and the great day we had yesterday and now. So I think we are in a point, at least to me, that is very important to talk about data. Most of the projects that we are talking about in the last day, and knowing the project that we do in Fontagro with the GRA as well, I would like to know if someone work in designing or making some kind of protocol for experimental design, data collection, data analysis, machine learning, because these are the tools that we actually are working now with scientists. We are trying to use, actually, I think it's in Europe, there is a platform, which is an open source, that all the scientists can add their own design, experimental design, and get feedbacks from other scientists. But at the same time, if we are gonna work in policy, this part is very important because policy have to be based on data. And the data at some point need to be collected properly and analyze it. And most of the scientists now are working with machine learning tool as a tool to make predictions and also exchange knowledge among the scientists. They use GitHub and many other platforms where scientists from all over can do, the adjustment on the machine learning programming and so on. So I just, would like to make this point if at some at some point, actually, it could be considered by the group of scientists to use these new tools. Thank you.
I think that's an open question, if anybody wants to respond or take it as a comment. Rosa?
I think that any tool that is useful should be used. That's pretty clear. But nowadays the digitalization is a problem. It's not a problem, it's a challenge, because you can use it, but it's not the same that if you think when you are writing. And I mean, as a professor, I see students, they trust the sources. There are many things there that it has to be improved, let's say like this. But of course, I think they would be very useful, and whoever is not taking into consideration these new tools will be behind, so left behind.
Okay, Sinead and then Richard.
Yeah, just echoing, I think, you know, the use of AI and the use of machine learning is just starting to become business as usual. And most of the scientists working in the area now, as Rosa said, you know, if you're not taking consideration of the new advancements in these areas, then, you know, it's at your peril. So, yeah, comment noted, but yeah, I think, yeah, definitely it's on scientists' radars.
Yeah, more or less the same from me. I noted Hayden's earlier comments about use of AI for screening for inhibitors. I mean, I guess two areas where collaboration has worked really successfully within the GRA is in terms of big databases. So thinking about things like DataMan and the big methane databases, and also in working on methodologies and agreement on methodologies, so that this is a whole new area that's opening up that is at that intersection between methodology and data. So very much something we should be getting involved in.
Okay, I think we'll conclude it at that. Thanks everybody for your interventions, and good luck with the development of the flagship, John. There was another one in development. I don't think we have a presentation on it. It's the one on B0 biochemical methane potential. Tony van der Weerden from Ag Research New Zealand is leading on this one. I don't think Tony is with us. If anybody here in the room wants to provide an update on where that flagship in development is at, please indicate now. I do note that they had a webinar on the 7th of May on this topic. So I guess work is ongoing. Okay, Hayden?
Yes, I can speak to that. I mentioned it sometime yesterday, I think briefly, but yeah, we've just approved a grant to kick that off as a project. If it becomes a flagship, fantastic, but it'll happen anyway. And yes, it's involving a number of people who have been involved in the manure management network of the livestock group of the GRA. Tony van der Weerden, Marta Alfaro, who was the former chair of the GRA, now she's at Ag Research in New Zealand, and Marianne, is it Hull? I think she's from Costa Rica, actually, but also based in Ag Research in New Zealand now. They've been coordinating work, including with April Latham at USDA and Dong Hongmin from the Chinese Academy of Ag Sciences, and Sven, the new co-chair of the Manure Management Network from Denmark, and many others, right? So that is kicking off. And yes, it aims to collect data, develop protocols to assess different manure types with the information associated, like diet and animal type, and then develop more refined coefficients for maximum methane potential that would then well, the objective would be that would become available in IPCC guidelines, and countries could probably go to the IPCC emissions factor database and use these values that would better represent their production systems. And a longer term hope is that we may be able to predict manure methane potential from diet characteristics. So actually, for some people who may remember the history here, there were a couple of projects many moons ago, CEDARS and Dataman as part of the European area, and their vision was exactly this. And then things happened that didn't quite have that realised those years ago, but I guess the opportunity exists now to see if that is possible. So yeah, hopefully that can be pulled together and there'll be enough interest from countries to support that and bring in additional resources, because it's working in many places, but it could be working in more. So yeah, I'm happy to take questions offline, but yeah, Tony's the one to talk to. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Hayden. If anyone wants to chat to Hayden, I guess do so at the break. Okay, so we've come to the end of the flagship's agenda items, so I think very rich. We've covered a lot of ground. Nice to see the evolution of these flagships, ones that are winding down, ones in development, and ones that are ready to soon get started. And across a very broad range of areas, so that's all very interesting. We will now break for lunch, which will be served just outside in the foyer as normal. We resume at 2 o'clock. Please come back, don't go off sightseeing this afternoon, because we have we have two important items: science to policy, and some regional activity updates. So it looks like we're well on track actually to be finished by 4 o'clock. So we'll finish at a reasonable time, so you can keep your sightseeing to this evening rather than this afternoon. Final reminder on the social event tomorrow evening: if you haven't spoken to Jane and organised your payment, then you're not going to be sampling some of the fine whiskies that we produce here in Ireland on Thursday evening. So please talk to her. And then later today, I'll go through some of the final updates for the rest of the week for those that are staying on for the conference and the tours. So I'll give some updates on that later on this afternoon. Okay, thanks everybody for being back in time, and we'll try and get through the remaining items fairly efficiently. So we're moving now to item 11, Science to Policy. There will be two parts to this. The first part will be an update from Harry on work done by the Science to Policy Working Group around developing communication notes and the process for submitting those to Council. And then the second part is an update on the metrics paper and a proposal to establish an advisory group for the next steps in developing that paper. So I'll ask Harry to take the floor now and start off by updating on the work done by the Science to Policy Working Group. So it's Deb that's going to do the first update. It'll be a tag team.
Yeah. All right. So hopefully you will all recall that last year at the extraordinary meeting, we shared around the work plans that were developed by the Science to Policy Group. So we had our annual work plan, and then we also had a longer term work plan that working group developed. One of the activities that sat under that work plan was the idea around developing communication notes for the GRA, which would help sort of span that science to policy process, where the GRA might look to develop some notes that would provide guidance to policymakers on selected topics. The proposal was that it would be the council primarily who identified the topics, perhaps with the support of the Secretariat and maybe the research group co-chairs, depending on what the topic was. So this session is really about just thinking how we continue to move that process forward for the communication notes and have some guidelines around how that's developed and set up some groups, as Carl mentioned, a technical advisory group for each of those communication notes as we develop them. So hopefully everybody has received the guidelines. We haven't got anything to share on the screen today. I just thought we would talk to the guidelines that had been shared around. So these have been developed with the intention of it being a bit of a pilot. What we agreed at the extraordinary meeting last year was that we would look at doing a communication note on metrics and use that as a bit of a pilot example for how this might work in the future going forward if the GRA decides that we're happy with developing these kind of products. So with that in mind, we've sort of developed up what the guidelines might be for how this could work in terms of how we actually bring new ideas forward to the council for discussion, and then how we actually work through making sure that we've got, a lead author who's resourced to undertake that work or activity. Might be a team of authors, but and then also make sure that we've got both some scientific rigor to that as well with the science review process, but then also making sure that we're also feeding back into the work of the council, so the council chair would also have an opportunity to review and confirm the communication notes for that. All right, so the communication note guidelines are sort of in a few different parts. So we have sections around roles and responsibilities for each of the groups that are mentioned. So that includes lead authors, subject matter experts, then also the advisory group that we'd set up to do that, and then the roles for the Secretariat, the special representative, the research group co-chairs, and then also the council chair. And then we also have a section looking at the processes, how we might actually go about selecting those lead authors, and also the subject matter expert reviewers and the advisory group. And then we also have the process for actually just drafting and reviewing the communication notes as they stand as well. So there is in the document itself a bit of a flowchart that sits at the back, which actually outlines the process in case it's a little bit difficult to follow in the format that it stands. But I guess just interested in hearing people's views on if they have any particular comments or improvements to the process that they wanted to discuss and raise. the part where Harry will talk through the metrics is really also an opportunity for us to think about how does this process work as we finalise, well, continue actually writing that metrics paper and take on the next steps there and how that works. So I'm happy to hear if there's any comments in general around the process that's been put forward.
Okay, thanks, Deb. So this first part of the discussion on this guidelines for preparing communication notes is now open for questions and comments. Okay, there seems to be silence here, so while you're thinking of questions or comments on the paper, I have one of my own. So the proposal, as I read it, is that, and it's laid out in the schematic as well in Annex 1, is that when the communications note is developed, the Secretariat submitted to the Council Chair for review and approval, and then it's disseminated to Council members by the Secretariat. So I think my question to Deb is, what's the thinking behind that? I guess in my mind, I would have thought that the communications note should be for the consideration of the Council and for its approval rather than just the Chair of the Council.
Yeah, so I guess our thinking when we were developed that was to try and simplify the process and make sure we didn't have to necessarily get the approval of all countries, but that approval would be implicit by our establishing of an advisory group who would sort of work with the reviewer to make sure that the communication note actually met the guidelines that had been set out by Council when it was initially set up and discussed. So the role of the Council Chair then would just be to sort of nominally help make sure that's approved as representative of the Council more generally as a whole. Does that sort of answer that question? So, yeah, Harry.
Yeah, I think that's really important. During the discussions of the group, it was felt that if you had to get a communication product approved by the council, the process could take forever. But if we put in place a rigorous process of it was being expertly reviewed, and there was a clear process by which any communications product was developed, reviewed, and met the guidelines that were set out, it would then not need formal approval by every member of the council before it was released, because if it did, that could take a lot of time. So it was much more having a rigorous process, expert review, and then a check by the chair that it had followed the right process. And so it was never really intended that the council would be a body that, in a sense, approved the content of a communications product.
Okay, thanks for that. I'll take Global Methane Hub and then Canada. Or, yeah, Canada, you come first, so, and then Hayden.
Well, it's just building off the special representative's comments, which I think agree. I mean, you really want to think about what's the value proposition of having another review at the council level. So maybe the guidelines, the standard procedure is through the expertise and efficacy of the review done through the research group and the different levels, and it's not a contentious one, or something hasn't been flagged to the chair that, hey, this needs a second round of vetting because we didn't have consensus, then the exception to the rule is, we circulate it and the council members look at it because it's perhaps highly contentious, or we have a particular message we want to get right because it's an important one. But for the most part, I think I agree with the special representative. We would rely on the expertise in vetting and process that's already in place and not add to that without a sense of what value we were bringing to adding a layer of governance to it.
Okay, thanks. Hayden.
Yes, I was going to raise something separate, but I'll just maybe share some thoughts on this particular topic. And I wonder whether there could be a bit of a mixture where I totally understand the need for efficiency in decision-making, but in the IPCC process, you have that kind of public review process, right, where pretty much anyone can submit a comment. Might that be something that could happen so that for a fixed period of time, there's a document available, anyone who's in the council could submit any view they want as input for consideration by the lead authors and the others to take into account as they decide, right? But not to imply some sort of decision point from the council per se. It might enable issues to be raised and then dealt with in some manner, so that when the document is presented to the chair, it would be done so knowing that, you know, observations have been raised and addressed, and not maybe have a situation where a chair feels some discomfort in approving a document that they're not sure how it might land with the membership. But yeah, it's up to the members. But my question was going to be, have you discussed the resource implications of this work? Like, is this free, voluntary, or is it funded in some way? Because lead authors presumably would be busy people, and I'm just not sure, yeah, what conversations you had on that aspect.
Yeah, so not a lot of conversations. I mean, resourcing is definitely a part of this that needs to be considered, though. If we're putting forward the decision to write a communication note, it's going to take somebody's time, at least one person's time, to pull that together, and that needs to be resourced. So it would be a matter of figuring out how we manage that going forward as well for that. I mean, obviously in this instance, we've sort of provided some support to get this initial communications note drafted, but it wouldn't be, necessarily something that's available going forward.
I think it comes around to being several elements to how you are trying to provide information that's beneficial to policymakers. We would be urging all of our projects to provide plain language summaries that will highlight the main findings so that they are in a form that's useful for people to make policy, because we're not policy makers, but it's providing information in that format. So we'll be urging whether it's a flagship project, whether it's projects undertaken by the research groups, we'd be looking to streamline that comms. But then there will be some additional pieces of work where we highlight potentially a particularly important piece of work where clarity is needed. And I think those we're not envisaging there'd be too many of them because of the resource implication. There would be things where we feel that some clarity is needed and help is needed, but they would not be, we're not be doing 20 a year. This is the 1 or 2 a year, because I don't think we would have the resources to do any more than that. So we did take it into account, Hayden, in the sense of how many we thought would be done.
New Zealand.
Thank you. I was just curious about how it's viewed that these communication notes might include the policy perspective on the topic within the communication note itself, or is it going to be more a push of science that's needed for policymakers? Using the example of metrics, which is currently in the media at the moment, particularly for New Zealand and Ireland, to the points that were made earlier by, I think it was Harry and Jean-Francois, about the fact that there is no one pathway to the right targets and the right reductions. And so that's a kind of crucial thing that sits in the background. If we're putting these in the public domain, they're not just going to be read by policymakers, they'll also could be read by others as well. So how we ensure that we remain apolitical to a certain extent within this by providing that wider context. And just curious about whether that's being considered or whether it's being more of here is a scientific position, and this is just providing a scientific fact that might be used in a policy decision. Thanks.
I think we recognise in the Science and Policy Working Group recognise that this was quite a delicate area. We are not policymakers. The GRA is a voluntary organisation. It is not trying to set policy or even advise on policy. It is there to try and provide objective information that policymakers can use. And we did have, some members pushing to get, well, could you actually write more of a policy position? But I think we had quite a bit of pushback saying, no, we are not a policy organisation. It's about information, but providing it in a form that's useful to policymakers and in a form that does try and clarify difficult concepts, but not straying into the policy recommendation area. And we recognise that's quite a delicate area. And metrics is one that, so we chose that as the first cab off the rank because we recognised that that was a difficult one, but very topical, but one where you have to be very delicate in how you explain it. And part of the reason for the big confusion and in a sense, contestability is because it's a very difficult context and it can be interpreted in different ways in policy. We don't want to be the ones who are saying this is how you interpret, but this is what it is and why it's important in a policy context. If that answers your question, William.
Yeah, and I think just to add to that as well, I mean, this is sort of why we want to think about the makeup of the advisory group as well, because it really is that conversation between the authors who are going to be drafting the document and council members to understand what the needs are from both sides, really, what it might be that the science basis that we're trying to, well, the science information that we're trying to convey, but then also what information the council is really looking to see in that document as well. And hopefully we'll be developing a template as well, which will sort of outline what general things you need to include in each of those communication notes. So it's quite clear and laid out as to what we're looking for.
Thanks. Hayden, do you want to come back in? And then Canada.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just curious, like when I look at your proposed communication note process and then recalling yesterday the idea of the strategic research agenda and a process to develop one, I was sort of wondering, could the process you've outlined for a communication note be the same process that delivers a strategic research agenda? Like, are you developing a process that, I mean, how do I say this? Another way of saying strategic research agenda is communication note on research priorities. Like, and might you get advisory and lead authors to actually draft and articulate clearly a strategic research agenda, not maybe for the whole scope of the GRA, but maybe step by step in a particular group or network or topic, and have exactly the same approach you're suggesting here. Because I didn't see in your communication note process, I didn't see it, well, at least I couldn't find it, like explicitly saying only like to policy. It was more like for non-experts. So when it implies a more general audience, which could include people who fund research or might consider which research priorities they may want to address in their own domestic, setting or as part of their contribution to the GRA. So I just wondered, maybe it's one process and it does a number of things, including what you're talking about, but also the strategic research agenda development.
Canada. Well, do you want to answer, Harry, directly to Hayden, or?
I think I need to understand a little bit more, Hayden, when you talk about strategic research agenda, whether you're envisaging that is very prescriptive in terms of these are the particular pieces of work, whereas when we discussed it yesterday, it was much more around more guardrails and guide rails, not and not specific pieces of work. So I just wondered if trying to go down the route that we've said on this one would be appropriate if you were trying to draw up a list of priority projects rather than the strategic research agenda, which is at a much higher level. That would be my question, I think, about that, and whether it's the right approach for that higher level strategic research agenda. But I would really pass that a bit over to Carl, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I can see merit in the suggestion, actually, from Hayden, because we will have to come up with some structure for developing the strategic research agenda. And it may not exactly reflect the process proposed here, but we could definitely take inspiration from the flow and some of the structures that are proposed here. So I think we should take that suggestion on board. Canada.
Thanks, Chair. I actually prompted both of you because I had the same question, was just sort of trying to wrap my mind around the interdependency of the processes, and I think there may be some, but one may be the what and one may be the so what, which are similar but not the same exercise. So just, I thought it was a very helpful comment though from Hayden to think about, because we, to make it efficient on resourcing, if you can leverage as much as possible. And second, communications notes are never written after the fact. They should be scoped and foresighted at the beginning of any process. So as the research group sets its agenda, gets its feet under it, it should be orienting its first meeting to an agenda item always about the policy, the so what of all of that, to keep it in pace at the same time as the research work unfolds. And then you look at the crosswalks between those two boulevards. My comment was just more in the process that we were starting on. I think you'll need to do a first one and then do a hot wash of the first one and take a look at how did it work? How did we feel about how it worked? What are the steps that we feel as a council table represent transparent, accountable, thoughtful type drafting, ownership, consensus? Because I expect consensus means something different to different people. And assess that after the first one is done and have a really good open discussion about that, then adjust the process. And each thematic, depending on the level of profile or passion for it or contention for it, depending on what the issues are, may necessitate different processes. So I think keeping something fairly nimble with some foundational elements of consistency, transparency, engagement, like things that define the GRA over the last decade. It's been the glue that's held us, the pieces you would probably want to make sure are maintained. The rest can shift a bit, I think, with the comfort level of the members.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly how we approached it, because we spoke about it for a lot of time and then we said, we've actually got to dip our toe in the water here and do it and see what happens, and then look at how successful that was and review the process. So in a sense, we said we'd only do one and then see how it worked. So it echoes exactly what you've said.
Okay, then there are two suggestions that were put that I think we need to hear some response on, and that the first one was that if we are sticking with this approach of the council chair approving the communication note, whether we need to include text in the document that says something to the effect that if the council chair considers that the issue is of such sensitivity or significance that they have the prerogative to bring it to council. Or the alternative is that suggested by Hayden, which is that for a fixed period, the draft communication note would be open to council for comments, which the lead authors can consider. And then the communication note is brought to the council chair for approval. By doing that, the council chair is comforted by the fact that council has had an opportunity to feed into the process beyond just the advisory group.
Having, for my sins, been involved in the last two IPCC meetings and involved in a chapter that had on its assessment something like 6,000 comments that you have to reply to individually and show that you've responded, I'm a little bit wary of that process, because we've got 68 member countries trying to get them to respond. Then do we have to respond in detail to each of their comments and in writing? And we were talking about resources. So I would just be a little bit careful around that process if it works like an IPCC process where you have to respond in detail to every comment.
Okay, Canada and then Hayden.
So as you can see, I like this topic. I think this is a great topic. It's an important topic. I have to agree with the special representative, but more along the lines of, as a council, we have an advisory group that will lead this work. I think there's merit in examining how we vest them with the confidence and the leadership to do that work. And the other edge of the sword is you don't want a situation where you draft notes that are difficult or very prominent or prolific, and then you push up into the council and the chair the more difficult discussions that you don't empower the advisory group to have themselves and to land, right? So it's very easy if you can't reach consensus to say, well, we'll just give it to the chair and we'll have a big community consultation. So one of the approaches that's worked for us, similar to the IPPC, not so much responding on individual, but empowering the advisory group, is when you have a product as a group or co-leaders of that group sit with the chair or an executive council selection of the council and brief and say, okay, we have a document, you will read it. Here's the 15-minute elevator pitch on how it went, process-wise, engagement-wise. Here are the hot topics that were reviewed at length at midnight email exchanges. Here are the questions and comments we tackled and resolved. Here are the ones we didn't. And then the chair makes an executive decision to say, I don't feel comfortable based on that briefing. Clearly there was not enough consensus, or it sounded like it went very well and there's consensus, so it doesn't necessitate that. But I think it vests in the chair the authority to make that final decision, but also vests in the advisory council group drafting it to provide that orientation, that reflection on this is how it went, this is where we endorse it or don't endorse it, and then over to you to make a final decision. But it gives you intel, or it gives our future chairs intel and awareness of how that worked. So otherwise, you're creating you're really creating a lot of duplication in your governance model, right? So I think you have to ground those given the authority to draft and let them run with that, and then merge that into, okay, how do you pass that baton up to the next level of authority that may or may not decide to authorize it or put it back out for further consultation.
I guess the problem with that is, how will a council chair determine whether there is a consensual agreement for the communication note? I mean, the advisory group can come in and brief the chair on the process and the outcome and say whether it was fairly straightforward or it was problematic. Let's say they conclude that it was difficult and problematic and took a long time and sensitive discussions, and this is where we've arrived at. I think it's still asking a lot for a council chair to take a leap of faith in that. That's just a personal opinion, but I see flags up, so I'll take New Zealand, Global Methane Hub and Fontagro.
Good discussion, and it's clear there isn't exactly a right place to land. One thought that, sort of echoing your point, Carl, is that as a council, we don't generally give the chair kind of executive authority to make calls. This is a consensus and voluntary, partnership. So we're on balance leaning towards there being some sort of engagement, an ability to comment prior to a communication note being finalised. Take on board Harry's concern about getting a lot of comments and requiring them all to be responded to, but I think in general, I don't think there would be a large amount of comments or engagements on a communication note. Generally, council members are busy people, and so I don't think it would be overloading, but I think that would give the chair some comfort that they're not stepping out on their own.
Yeah, I mean, a compromise here could be that there is some period of consultation with the members, and I don't think we necessarily need to insist that each and every comment is responded to. What the council chair could then look at is they could review the comments that have come in and review how the lead authors and advisory group have addressed those in the communication note. That way they can satisfy themselves as to whether the views are addressed or not. And If the council chair thinks that they're not addressed, then the council chair isn't going to approve the communication note. I'll take Hayden and Fontagro.
Yes, I wasn't suggesting to copy the IPCC process. It was more, take some inspiration from it. So I think, for me, you'd make it clear that it's not an expectation that if there were a fixed period, comment period, that those comments had to be responded to individually. That's not fair on Harry or whoever the special representative or others are. But I wonder if there's a middle ground there where you have, as Canada mentioned, the consultation with the chair could be informed by the comments made during that consultation period, and the chair can make that decision, having that sort of transparency, and then be satisfied or not that what comments were raised have been addressed or ignored for some good reason too, right? They may not be relevant, but at least gives the chair the comfort. And then, you may well not need a consensus decision because it's a communication, but at least you've got some semblance of process to be satisfied that there's general comfort, because, an advisory group of 4, I guess, potentially, to represent 68 countries, it's not a lot. And it's about trust building and maintaining trust, I guess. Not building, there's trust, but maintaining trust as well, and things can flow a lot easier rather than having a bad experience that then makes everything more difficult. But it's up to the members.
Okay, thanks, Fontagro.
Thank you very much. For sure, this is a very important topic and as well critical. So we have some experience after 26 years, and maybe something that what I share with you help. Something that we learn through the years trying to make better communication is we limited the type of communications that we want to produce with the project. So at the beginning, everybody was writing all kind of dissemination products. So we learned from the Inter-American Development Bank the type of product or dissemination products that they have. So we limited to 3 or 4. Now we are thinking in just limited to 1. Another lesson learned was, one, we decided the type of product that we want to use for communication. We set and outlined what information had to be inside that product. So we standardized the way that we want to communicate. This was a process that we hired a specialist in communication. We invited the Inter-American Development Bank, the knowledge management and communication team. So we were working for at least 6 years or 7. So then once we have all the products and the communication products defined, we shared that with the team leaders, with the project, and they have to also write a disclaimer that the information that is inside of that product is refers just to the authors and not to the member countries, because every country has a different position politically in all the topics that we research. So I think it's important not to get into potential problems with governments when some scientists produce some data, but it's not validated, we don't know what kind of process every country and every organization has in itself. So this is the work that we have done, and by now it's working well. The disclaimers, we also registered. There is a specific disclaimer that I can share with you. So every publication has on the back that part. And I think maybe you can decide what information you want to add in the product you want to share as a result, and that could be a first step on moving on that way. Thanks.
I think we also need to be a bit careful here around what we're defining as communication products, because we are a voluntary organization. A lot of the activities here are funded by others. They're not funded by the GRA. And those funders will be wanting outputs. And so they will determine a lot of the outputs. What we were talking about here was some specific outputs that could have broader policy usefulness. So I think we have to be careful between, there will be a lot of information goes out from GRA projects because they are funded by individual countries and they will determine what goes out. They do have disclaimers to say this is not, it's not on behalf of the GRA, but the GRA Council or anyone in the GRA has no control over those. It doesn't fund them, they will go out anyway. Because there will be contractual obligations for whoever's funded the work. And I think what we were talking around here in the science to policy was some additional things that would be more of a benefit to the GRA, and they might address, some of them would address more contentious issues. So I think we have to be a bit careful around general comms, which is going to happen irrespective of what the council thinks or says, and where there may be some specific products we're trying to develop that we feel will be helpful to the membership of the GRA. So there's a difference between that. And this was at the latter, not the former. And we do have a comms policy, by the way. Hayden probably remembers a very painful meeting more than a decade ago of getting the GRA comms policy accepted. So we do actually have a comms policy already. This was something more specifically about some specific communication relevant to policy.
Okay, I think listening to the views in the room and trying to be balanced, and considering that this is going to be a dipping the toe in the water exercise and learning by doing, I think we do need to build in an additional step where there will be a period of consultation with the council, noting that there will not be a requirement to respond to each and every individual comment that might come back from council, and noting as well that the document that goes to council has been approved by the advisory group, who have already checked that the communication note is in line with the intention of this whole process and is in line with the charter. I think we'll have to build that in and then just see how it goes in a first effort. So thanks to the Special Representative, the Science Policy Group and the Secretariat for doing all of that work. A lot of work went into developing that note and coming up with the process, and I hope we haven't upset you too much with that addition, but I think it probably gives a bit more reassurance to the council and to the chair. So we're probably running a bit behind now, but we'll see if we can make up time. So the second part of this item is the update on the outline of the metrics paper and the proposal to establish an advisory group on that. So it's back to you, Harry.
I can hopefully make up time on this one. I don't know whether many of you know the British politician Benjamin Disraeli. He's attributed with a quote, there are three types of lies. There's lies, damn lies, and statistics. And now I feel that we've got lies, damn lies, and GHG metrics as three kinds of contentious areas about lies. And also, I remember as an undergraduate being given a book, The Use and Abuse of Statistics. I think now we could have The Use and Abuse of GHG Metrics as an alternative book. So this is an area that we do need to look at, and it's a very contentious area. So just to give the outline of what we are proposing to do here, it's very much around the context of metrics. Well, why do we need them? Most of the agricultural emissions are non-CO2. You do need to have fungibility between gases. You need to understand how the warming coming from a non-CO2 gas compares to warming coming from a CO2 gas. So metrics are devised very aptly to look at comparisons of different gases. But the issue is that there's not one metric. GWP 100 is the mandated metric by the UNFCCC, Paris Accord, but there are other metrics. And this really does cause confusion, and it's quite contestable, because different metrics give very different values for a gas like methane, for short-lived gases. And so that really does cause confusion and contention. So we would outline that as the starting point. And then it's really around, what are these metrics? Explain what a metric is and why they differ and how they are set up. So that's quite a detailed technical piece of work, but also relating it to policy, saying, why in determining the right metrics, it will depend on your policy objectives. And this is, so why do we want metrics? We can understand how a given source contributes to global warming, understand how much different products contribute to global warming. How do we prioritize mitigation when we have different gases and we're trying to stick within a temperature goal? How do we formulate and track progress towards the achieving of policy goals? So the policy context is important when deciding which metric you need to use. So we will go considerably into the context of that, and particularly clarify that metrics do not tell us what to do from a policy perspective. And a lot of people have got into the trap, particularly scientists, of saying, this is a metric and it determines policy. That's not the right way to look at it at all. It can give you information which can decide what you do, but a metric in itself does not tell you what to do. Particularly, they do say metrics don't underpin a science-based approach to GHG mitigation. They help inform that, but they don't, by themselves, they don't do that. Said we would look at all the frequently used metrics going from GWP 100 through to GTP, dynamic GTP, GWP star, which is the one that's caused most of the contention, but there's also another one called CGTP as well. And for each metric, we would explain what aspects of the climate system is being measured by that metric, and we would try and summarize this in tabulated form and indicate how and to what extent each of the metrics matches the particular policy objectives we are looking to define as to what could be considered as different policy objectives. We would then look to try and simplify it a little bit with some example applications as to how different metrics could work in different situations and what different answers they would give you in different situations. And then we would have a conclusion. Particularly trying to define which metrics are for use in which policy contexts. So that's very roughly where it would be. The challenge we have is to keep it a short document because it could become very long. This is one of those, again, the other quote about, I would like to write you a short letter, but I didn't have the time, so I wrote you a long one. And so, getting this concise, informative, and relevant is going to be quite a challenge. So that was just a very brief overview of where we were. And we chose metrics because they do have very big policy implications. They are contestable, and I think they are being misused in many instances. So to bring that clarity, and I was involved in the last IPCC writing a separate box on metrics. I think it's understandable about 20 people, and given that there were 25 authors on it, I don't think most of the authors understood it. So it is a very difficult concept to get your head around. So I think there is a need to clarify this and simplify it. So I think it will be a very good product for the GRA, but within the bounds of, we are not a policy-making body. So that was just a summary as to where we're at. And so we have an outline as to the sections, etc., and we will, the writing has actually started.
Okay, thanks, Harry. And so the process is, well, assuming we agree on the outline, the writing has started, and then this, does this go the way of the process we've just discussed? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and as I mean, I think with the clarification that we don't want to be having to answer in detail every comment and someone decides whether we've answered it correctly. I think that process of a short window of peer review is fine.
Okay. Okay, so I have EDF. EDF, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to echo, Harry laid out a lot of the challenges we have with the various metrics, and so excited to see that we're supportive of this approach and supportive of getting better knowledge out there around the various metrics. And one of the other aspects, you talked about policies and maybe the downsides of using metrics for, I think about some of the downsides of using metrics. Some of the sector conversations, for example, if they considered the full implication of using a metric across the global sector, there would be some downsides there. And I know that's a little bit of a hard thing to hypothesize about a little bit, but that could be another topic area to think about as part of the briefing. Thank you.
Okay, Global Methane Hub.
Yes, congratulations on taking on this. Having negotiated this topic in climate negotiations, just one thing that I think is important to have clear in this, and it's probably in the issue piece, the UNFCCC, and I'm trying to remember which meeting it was, but there was actually a decision that when adopting GWP 100 as the metric that parties shall report, there was also a provision that parties may also choose to report using an alternative metric. So this doesn't really say that. It says others exist and are being promoted by some stakeholders, and I think that's not quite a fair representation of a decision, for better or worse, which is also contributing to some of the confusion, right? But parties are free to report using another metric in addition to the GWP 100. And then I think generally, I mean, great. I wonder whether the way it's written is exactly correct in that, you don't need metrics to tell you how much a gas is contributing to warming. And it says, understand how much a given source or sector contributes to global warming. You don't need a metric to tell you that. You just need to know how much the emission is. And it's the radiative forcing of the gas that is the contribution to warming. It's when you want to compare that to CO2 that you need to have a metric of some description. So maybe that could be clarified a bit as well, because it's only in the context of fungibility and CO2 equivalence you need a metric of some description, but no one says you have to. Like you could have a policy that addresses methane directly or nitrous oxide directly or whatever. Thank you.
No, fully agree on both of those points. Countries are free to report, or they report in individual gases under the protocol, they report in GWP 100, and they're free to report in any other metric they wish to report in. So that good clarification. And absolutely agree. You don't necessarily need metrics at all unless you're looking at the fungibility and the basket of gases and what that looks like. But you can work warming out from individual gases as well, which is what we do in New Zealand already.
Okay, I don't see anything here. Anything on Zoom, Jane? Okay. Well, then I think that can be taken as approval of council on the proposed outline and the way forward. So good luck with that piece of work.
Did we want to ask if people wanted to be part of the advisory group?
Okay.
So the idea is we should have 3 council members. Yep. So following the process then, we're hopefully looking for volunteers to be part of our first advisory group. So the communication note as it stands says we're looking for 3 council members who would like to be part of that advisory group, and then also a research group co-chair that would support that as well. We'll have to discuss potentially with the research group co-chairs who would be best placed to do that, but perhaps be useful to get indications if there's any council members who wish to do that at this time.
Hayden?
So yeah, just a clarification, and I have no view really either way, it's just the advisory group is restricted only to members, or it needs to have at least however many members, but also may include partners. I'm just not sure what the intent was. As I say, I have no strong view, just to clarify.
No, I think we had decided it would be members who would do this because, yeah, we were thinking about if we're, thinking about this without having that additional open review process, we wanted to make sure it was members sitting on that board. So I think we'll do members initially, see how the review process goes, and then think about whether we want to open it up next time with the partners involved as well.
So it's open to the floor if any members want to express an interest now in being involved. Australia.
So I think we have an interest, I guess it's with caveats. So I mean, we have a particular interest in this topic. So I think like there's a self-interest at play. I guess I'm not sure I'm putting our hand up to be an advisory group member for this and whatever other papers or topics that might come down the pipeline that we don't know what they are. So what am I saying? I think I'm saying we've got an interest in being involved, but probably need to understand what we're signing up for before signing on the dotted line. But certainly if this has been used as a test case, for example, maybe, then that's sort of, it's specific to this particular paper to test sort of how this new sort of process and flowchart works. And I guess I'm just nervous about sort of adding new layers. Like we've spent a good day and a half trying to sort of reduce structures and make things fit for purpose. So I guess there is a bit of a tale of caution around setting up a new sort of part of a machine for GRA that might become a bit unwieldy. So I'm just sort of sharing my nervousness, but we have a particular interest in this topic and willing to be involved with caveats.
Yeah, I will just respond to that. I mean, we also didn't want to do that. We wanted to keep this pretty light. So I'm fairly certain we have included in there that the advisory group is limited to the communication note that they're looking at. The term of that advisory group ends after that communication note has been developed. So we wouldn't be expecting countries to stay on to do, the next 10 communication notes. It would be related to the interests of particular members as well. So would be happy to have Australia be on board for the next
I think
one.
with the terms and conditions you've outlined, I think we're happy to put our hand up to play a role. And we can submit this to the Financial Times when we're finished, if that's helpful as well.
Okay, so sorry, we were just clarifying things for ourselves here. So if we go back to the communication note guidelines that we just discussed, what it says about the advisory group is that it's going to be the GRA vice chair that leads the advisory group. So in this case, it would be Costa Rica, with support from the special representative. And the group is composed of 3 council members and 1 or 2 members of a relevant research group. The council members are appointed to the advisory group on a voluntary basis. The research group members are selected on a voluntary basis, and the appointment of the group will conclude once the communication note is finalised. So I think for the purposes of the meeting today, we can certainly accept tentative expressions of interest, but we'll probably have to include a formal process in the report of the meeting. The document here doesn't say what we do in the event that we end up with more expressions of interest than there are three council members and 2 research group members, so that might be something we'll have to contend with. But maybe, I mean, if it's not that many more, it might be okay.
We just put a minimum.
Minimum, okay, so the minimum, so we'll change that to the group will be composed of a minimum of 3 council members and 2 research group members. So that's how it's described in the document, and that's how we propose to move it forward. So I've noted the tentative interest of Australia, so I'll take Ireland and New Zealand.
You can note the tentative involvement of Ireland as well, subject to Financial Times and whatever else is going to publish stuff. So certainly, yes, you would be interested to be involved in this. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ireland and New Zealand.
We are open to being on the group, but we're also conscious of the fact that we resource a special representative in the Secretariat, and we've funded the author for this one, so there's already quite a strong New Zealand view coming through. But we'd also like to see a wider range of, rather than potentially New Zealand, Australia and Ireland being on the, to provide that broad policy perspective from across the GRA.
Maybe in this case, where we haven't discussed where we put communication groups. Is this one a letter to the Financial Times?
Okay, so I think we can take all of that as noted. I think that's a good comment that New Zealand has just made, that some broader membership might be useful, and we will include a formal request in the report of the meeting for anybody else that wants to express an interest in being involved from the council, and we'll also have to ask the research groups if they have any volunteers that want to be involved. And we'll put a deadline on that in the report. Okay, so that's science to policy dealt with. So sorry, we're a little bit behind schedule, but we'll move now to capability discussions, and this is regional activities. So this item is open to the council for anyone that wants to present regional activities that you're involved in. So I think New Zealand, Fontagro and Germany might have updates here, so I'll call on them in that order. So New Zealand first, if you have, no? You don't want to go? Okay, well then I'll move to Fontagro.
Thank you again. And I haven't seen it before, but thank you for all this organization and have the opportunity to engage and know so many people and so many interesting initiatives. With the GRA, Fontagro have been working for at least 15 years, thanks to the work to the former executive secretariats that were before me. we have around 20 initiatives, different initiatives, and for regional activities, we would like to propose to continue working on joint initiatives. Could be joint calls, as we have done, I think, 2. But we always try to focus on how to engage more partners that are interested in working with Latin American countries. Since Fontagro, which the long name is the Regional Fund for Agricultural Technology, is a trust fund, is constituted by 15 member countries. The only country outside the region is Spain. We are looking at joining with more countries as well. We work in the topics that the GRA works, but also we are developing a new strategy, 2025-2030, which a scope that is a little bit more extensive, more broad, includes 6 flagship programs. The first 2 focus on the futures of the crop transformation systems. Then we have another one in the future of the livestock production system. The third flagship is related with extension services and technology transfer. Extension services focus on how we can deliver better knowledge to farmers, but technology transfer look at how we can help scientists to move from the lab to the market. We have a 4 flagship that is related with robotics and AI. We decided to give entity to a specific flagship because we want to facilitate scientists to engage with scientists from other disciplines that come from electronics and many on data science. The flagship number 5 is related with the future food basket. We are looking at working with the new technologies that we can use for developing new food, new nutrients, how we can look for orphan crops. And I always use this example. Suppose that we don't have more potatoes in the world. Something happened and we don't have any more. So which other crops we are going to use? So thanks to the work that Roberto Camacho is doing in Costa Rica, we learned that there is a lot of crops that we can use as an option for this kind of situation. So we decided, the board decided to also create this flagship related with the future of the food. And the last flagship is related with policy, as the same that GRA is also doing. The board of Fontagro decided to give an entity and a group that help scientists to create information that can help policymakers. So scientists are not going to do the policies. Scientists need to put information in a way that is understandable for other people that are in charge of doing the policy. So every year we have funds to assign for calls. The call for proposals are very competitive and open mechanisms. We would like to think from this meeting, see if we can do a joint call with different funds and donors, and we can arrange the term of reference and the type of project that we want to fund, and we are very open to that. We have also a very transparent and online system where all the scientists need to send their proposals. The donors also are part of the committee that decide which projects they want to fund as well. But also we do joint projects. Sometimes there are some specific topics that are very important for the agendas of the countries or the development banks. Actually, the legal representative of Fontagro is the Inter-American Development Bank. So we are also open to develop specific initiatives that together with other donors are considered important for the region. In the last 2 months, we have been working a lot with the United States and especially with 7 universities. We are trying to help the scientists in those universities that are interested in doing research in Latin America to do that through Fontagro. We have Rockefeller Foundation working through Clemson University, and Fontagro to place new scientists, early career scientists in different national research institutes. Actually, Costa Rica is one of the places where scientists are gonna go, but we are working with Cornell University, University of Florida, and many others. We would like to do the same with New Zealand, which we are working actually with Waikato University. I think it's the only university that we have been in contact recently. But also, I think the new generation of scientists is people that have to be able to solve global problems. So for us, doing these regional projects, multilateral, not multilateral, but multi-institutional projects are important for helping scientists to relate with scientists from other countries, other disciplines, other ways to work, and in that way help them to move together and also facilitating a process of learning by doing. I think the scientists have right now a lot of challenges, not just for the topics they need to solve, it's because they need to solve or bring more solutions more faster than before, and also because they have new tools, like, as I mentioned before, machine learning, robotics, many other disciplines that not all of them are ready to use it and understand how that play on the science process. So we are trying to facilitate in that by training. We are doing some kind of arrangement with some universities, facilitating exchanges. So yeah, this is most, we have 2 meetings during the years. Every year we have a technical meeting and we have an annual meeting. We would like to invite to attend both of them as observers. If someone is interested, we can talk on that. And of course, Fontagro will support the next GRA meeting together with Costa Rica as much as we can, because we have already planned to have Costa Rica as a host for the next technical meeting in 2026. So yeah, all the initiatives, ideas, we are more than welcome to work together and explore how we can move forward the new generation of the scientists and the science itself. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Fontagro. And I think the message there is, if people want to collaborate and speak to you, they should, your door is open, and there could be some good conversations to be had there. So thanks for that. I go to Germany next.
Thank you. I would like to speak about 2 initiatives or 2 programs which are quite successful. So first of all, it's the Food Loss and Waste program. It was started in 2015 as part of the Max G20, and in order to organize regular workshops on food loss and waste. Germany has taken the lead and has taken over the funding. And the first workshop was held in Berlin in 2017 to identify needs, and we found out that many topics affect all countries, but the solutions vary greatly from region to region. So therefore we have decided to establish regional conferences which take place each year in another country, and then the respective neighboring countries are taking place there as well. So we had 8 workshops since 2018 in all continents and major world regions since then, 7 of them offline. And we're organizing that together with major organizations like FAO, WWF, and other institutions of policy and economic institutions. One important issue for us is to demonstrate the expert network in this region, so people know whom to refer to, and also establish an ongoing research after this event. So there's a special funding also for additional researches. Since 2023, it was only financed by Germany, and then last year with this Agridance cooperation project with New Zealand, we share the funding with New Zealand. Last year we could have a border workshop in Brazil, and this year it's going to take place in South Africa in October with approximately 200 people. And next year it's going to take place in the US. And then thereafter funding is open. So this gives me the opportunity to invite you to participate and take over some funding for this initiative. And secondly, I'd like to talk about the KINESA workshop. It's also part of our bilateral cooperation program with New Zealand, Agridance. It was funded by New Zealand and started last year. So please, if you have any comments on that, then please tell me if I'm wrong. The initiative is seated in the University of Pretoria in South Africa, and the aim is to bring together and establish a network for stakeholders in agricultural climate protection. And as far as I understood, there's a focus on greenhouse gas accounting. So the workshop took place actually the last week, from Thursday to Friday. So it was the first workshop in South Africa. There were 4 working groups on cropland, livestock, carbon sequestration, and climate smart landscapes. And Germany and New Zealand have taken part and were leading one of these working groups. And as I said, our mutual cooperation project funds it. So there are also possibilities for further funding, and I would like to invite you to also to support this initiative. And next year we're going to have the next workshop. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Germany, and that's a good segue now to New Zealand.
It's a good segue. I think I've worked out what I'm supposed to be talking about. Thank you for those comments. We just wanted to cover a couple of points. So firstly, New Zealand is really happy that to be able to continue to support Cliff grads, and delighted that the Global Methane Hub is going to come to the party and support some scholarships, because obviously there's so much going on, and it is such a good opportunity to develop the next generation of science experts. The main point I wanted to focus on for this update is around inventory training and capabilities. So if you read your highlights report, you'll see that great GRA inventory training is one of the programs we've been supporting. And we've supported that through with the collaborations with Agridens, through some collaborations with Fontagro in ASEAN regions and in the Pacific. We think it's a really useful point of support where you can support a developing country to improve their agricultural inventory from a Tier 1 to a Tier 2 inventory. It unlocks the ability to access green finance, to recognise changes in farming practices and animal health, and the adoption of mitigation activities. So it really unlocks a point of capability, and by approaching it as a capability building activity, supported ideally with some regional testing hubs or some regional ability to develop your own research and emissions factors. I think it's something that enhances and builds capability, and then you can enable other activities to occur. So we would like to do some work over the next the coming months to see if we can further develop that initiative, potentially expand it beyond inventory to look more broadly at farm level measurement, monitoring and reporting, and at that point either invite now people that are interested to participate further, or we'll come back to the council again to see if there are other countries that are willing to support a sort of a bit of a relaunched program. Thank you. What have I forgotten?
I was just going to add one more thing. It's not,
Yeah,
not in your notes, sorry. Kind of building on Dorothea's comments about the Kanisa workshop last week, there's also a workshop happening this week in Southeast Asia, bringing together countries to identify what their key priorities are for research in the agricultural climate space, and the outputs from both that workshop and the Kanisa workshop we're happy to share with all members of the GRA.
Thanks, New Zealand. Hayden.
Thank you. I just, given the intervention, I just wanted to mention in a couple of hours we'll be presenting a grant to our board for approval, hopefully, which will seek to support 20 countries to improve their waste and agricultural methane greenhouse gas inventories. So this is going to be formally linked to the biennial transparency reporting processes that countries have to do now. I guess the focus of the grant will be to very much institutionalize the numerous activities out there that generate very good data, but it doesn't always end up in the reports by those people who are responsible for the compilation and reporting. So we will actually be partnering directly with the UNFCCC GHG support unit within the transparency division. They are the unit that work with countries who request what are called the quality assessments, which are voluntary confidential processes whereby a group of experts visit countries and help evaluate their greenhouse gas inventories and make recommendations on areas for improvement. Sorry. The grim reality is that despite that, there's not often the resource to actually follow up and implement those improvements. And this grant will be focused on the follow-up piece. So all of the very good work that's going on out there collecting lots of data will be linked to this, and then this is to provide the kind of machinery, if you like, so that within the UNFCCC Secretariat they actually have people dedicated to this topic on methane. And then the remaining grant money will be used to actually fund the work, right, the data collection by the countries, supported by experts, etc. So that'll start taking shape in the coming months, and our intention is to build on the very good work that's been going on already in Africa, Southeast Asia, Latin America, by a number of countries here. And I should say it's relevant to the food loss and waste agenda too, because it will be considering organic waste streams into solid waste, disposal systems. So it would be important to connect to the very good work that Germany's doing on food loss and waste and the various other food loss and waste activities like food banking initiatives, refed, and various others that we in the hub are supporting. I know it's slightly extending the scope of GRA, but certainly the harvest, post-harvest losses are very relevant. So yes, we'll keep you posted as we get that work moving, and I'm quite sure there'll be a number of people who have been involved in previous things that will be drawn on to continue that work that we're funding. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Aidan, for that. So that's actually a very good overview of some of the regional activities going on, a lot of them very directly linked to the GRA, so that's very positive, good to hear of those. Okay, I think we'll conclude that item. And we'll move on now to the final item, which is called decisions and expectations, but I'm not going to repeat everything that we've agreed, you'll be glad to hear. So what I will say is that, and I will come to you, Sinead, we will issue the report of the meeting in the coming weeks. As I said earlier, we don't have the quorum, so we need to get approval of the council through written procedure for the decisions we've taken. Silence will be taken as approval. So hopefully there will be a lot of silence. Or if people want to express in writing their approval for the decisions, that's fine too. So keep an eye out for that report when it comes out in a few weeks. There is one last update, I think, from the Livestock Research Group in terms of their next meeting on the margins of the GGA in Nairobi in October. So Sinead, please.
Yeah, this is just a plug that we will be having our annual meeting after the GGA meeting in Nairobi in Kenya on the 10th of October. Also, our Animal Health Network will be having a side meeting as well, our Animal Selection Genetics and Genomics Network. So really, this is just a encouragement from the LRG co-chairs that yes, if you can ensure you have member LRG representation at that. I think that meeting is going to be, I think, quite active. It's been fantastic to be a part of the council meeting the last 2 days, and I think we've taken on, been really interesting to hear the discussion. So I think we'll have some really interesting activities and discussions to take place in Nairobi. So yeah, we'd just encourage council members to ensure that your country and partners, obviously always welcome to be represented at that meeting. We'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks, Sinead. So we're looking forward we're looking forward to both the conference and the meeting of the LRG in Nairobi. We've extended some sponsorship to the GGA event itself, and we'll be present in Nairobi for both that and the LRG. Encourage everybody to encourage their representatives to attend that meeting of the LRG. Okay, so that is it. We have come to the close of the meeting, but there are two things that I want to do, if you bear with me for a few minutes. So the first is I want to talk through the remainder of the events this week, and then I want to run through some thanks at the end. So for those attending the conference tomorrow, so as I said earlier, you have a free evening this evening. For the conference tomorrow, registration opens at 8 a.m. and the conference begins at 9 a.m. So please be in the room for 9 a.m. at the latest. Oh yes, great. Yeah, the details are up there, as you can see. So the conference will be in the Printworks, which is the lower part of this complex. So when you go upstairs and outside, you go straight down the hill and you'll see the conference center in front of you, and there's a big sign outside on the windows indicating the conference. The conference is called Agriculture and Climate Change Science into Action. It's going to open with some presentations on describing how serious the climate situation is, how close we are to these tipping points, and how far away we are from the 1.5 degree target, and also some presentations on climate adaptation. We'll then move into some political addresses. So our Prime Minister will be opening the conference, so he will give an address. Our Minister for Agriculture will also speak. We'll have a video message from the European Commissioner for Agriculture and Food, Christoph Hansen. Then we'll be moving into some updates on where we're at in terms of agriculture and land use emissions here in Ireland and also in New Zealand. We have a session that will look at the evolving customer, consumer and market trends around sustainability and climate credentials. And then we're moving into 3 science sessions, one on nitrous oxide, one on methane, and one on carbon, both sinks and sources. And those sessions involve many of the researchers that are active within the GRA from a number of countries. Then we're going to move into a session where we demonstrate some of the practices and supports and technologies that we're implementing here in Ireland in order to get uptake and adoption of mitigation practices. So hopefully you'll find those interesting. And then we'll conclude the day with a panel session that will involve a variety of key people from the Irish agri-food sector, and then the Minister will close the conference. Harry will participate in one of the panels, and as I said, a number of other GRA scientists are involved in the day. So we have, I think, over 550 delegates registered for the conference. We would expect to have at least 400 in the room. So it's going to be a wonderful opportunity to showcase the science that's coming out of the GRA, and we'll certainly, we have references to the GRA throughout the day, including in the political speeches. So it'll be a very good event for improving the visibility of the GRA and what we do. And then we'll probably need a stiff drink if we get through all of that, and that's why we're having the whiskey tasting. This was all designed on purpose, I can tell you. So those of you joining for that, I think will be... There are 12 of us, so a small select group of people that like the stiff alcohol, strong alcohol. So we're looking forward to that tomorrow evening, and I think the instructions for that are to meet at 7 o'clock outside the conference venue. So to make it easy, you just go back to the conference venue, and we'll meet outside the conference venue at 7 o'clock, and then the guide will bring us to the location where we're going to do the whiskey tasting. And then on Friday, I think at that stage we'll all really want to get out into the fresh air and into see some of these activities in a real world setting. So we have these tours, firstly to the Teagasc Grange research facility. So that's about an hour north of Dublin. So the buses will be picking up from Ship Street Little, that's SHIP, Ship Street Little. So that's the cobble street right next to the castle here. And the bus will leave at 9 a.m. sharp, so make sure you're there for the time. And any of you that are going to the airport, please make sure to bring your luggage with you, because the bus will go by the airport on the way back into the city in the evening. So we'll do the research farm in the morning, and then in the afternoon we're going to bring you to an actual farm. But this is a special type of farm because it's one of our signpost farms. And these signpost farms are a network of kind of lighthouse farms that are implementing best practice in terms of reducing methane emissions. So you're going to get to meet a real world farm, which should round off the week nicely.
Through the chair, if those who are still here for the farm visits could confirm their attendance, just so that we have the numbers, and correction from that, we've dropped down to one coach, so we won't be looking for 2 coaches, but if I could ask people to reconfirm that they're attending the farm visit with me before you leave this room. Thank you, through the chair.
Okay, thanks Jane, and if you have any questions on that, just ask myself or Jane or John down there. We can help you with directions. With that, I'm just going to run through some thank yous. This won't take long, I promise, but I think it's important to acknowledge everybody that played a role in bringing this meeting together and bringing the events this week together. And I think when you stand back from it, you know, the Minister said it very well last night, that in the current global environment we're operating in, achieving global collaboration and multilateral collaboration has never been more challenged and more difficult. So we're at a moment in time where the role of this Global Research Alliance, I think, is more important than ever. And we have to demonstrate and continue demonstrating that we can do multilateral collaboration and cooperation. I think that's a very important fundamental point to make. And besides that, the substance of what we do, I mean, you're going to hear from our leading climate scientist in the morning. We've seen his presentation. It doesn't make for good reading. We all know that the situation is really, really dangerous. We just saw in the last week or two the collapse of a glacier in Switzerland, wiping out an entire village. We're going to see more of that, of course, over the coming years. And as these events arise, citizens, politicians, society are going to look to groups like us and ask, what have we been doing and what are we doing? So we have to keep driving on with the research and the science to make sure that we're coming up with some of the solutions to this massive challenge. And I think, well, certainly I'm more convinced than ever of the role and the importance of the Global Research Alliance. And I think the work we've done in these past 2 days, while a lot of it is around the operations of the GRA, I think we can take heart that the core of it in terms of the research and the science and the research groups are now moving into a new phase of how they're structured and how they work, and how they align with a new strategic plan that puts us in a very good and a very positive place in terms of being fit for purpose for the scale of the challenge that's facing us. So I want to thank all of you that made the effort to be here physically in the room. I know a lot of you came a very long distance to be here, and you've obviously given up a lot of your time to be here, and we couldn't have this meeting if you didn't come. So we're very, very pleased that you did make the effort, and also want to thank those that have joined online. I'm sure for some, the time zone difference hasn't been easy. So that's the first and most important thank you that I have to make. I then want to thank the Secretariat. Harry referred to them last night, but I also want to make a point of thanking Deborah, Chista and Joe, not just for the organisation of this meeting, but since we took over as chair and in the work we've done in the 2 working groups on restructuring and the strategic plan. They were there beside us, helping us with all of those meetings and discussions, and I can tell you it was a lot of work at, as I said before, unpleasant times of the day, but their support was fantastic, and I want to acknowledge them. I also, on my part, want to thank the outgoing Special Representative later this year, Harry. I think the Minister said it well last night that, you know, really you've provided a level of inspiration and energy and leadership that has been fantastic, and you know, you've challenged us when it was necessary, and you've spoke very frankly and directly, and I think we all appreciate that. And you've also done it, of course, with good humour and diplomacy. So big shoes to fill. I wish New Zealand good luck in finding a replacement for Harry. It will be no mean feat, but we've had brilliant special representatives, so I'm sure the trend will continue. Some final thanks then, firstly to my own team, to John that's sitting behind the flag. John leads the climate and environmental research within my division, and he's very ably helped by Aidan sitting beside him and Ellen behind him. We've also had a very good work experience student helping us over these last few months, and others from the team who've given a dig out. This has been 6 months of very intense work on top of all of their day work, and they're the people that really brought all of this together. So I really want to thank everything that they have done. To our event management partners, to Jane here in the room, but there's a team behind Jane. Most of them are down in the conference centre at the moment, getting things set up and checking videos and presentations and all the logistics that go around running a conference for 400 to 500 people. It has been a massive amount of work for Jane and her team as well, and I want to acknowledge that. And to the Dublin Castle team here, the caterers and the audiovisual guys that are here behind me, everything went very smoothly, so I want to thank them. And I think that, I hope I haven't left anybody out. If I have, listen, it's a genuine thanks from me to everybody. It has been a real pleasure for Ireland to act as chair, to lead the work in the two working groups, and we look forward to continuing that work until we hand over to Costa Rica next year. Thank you very much.